And welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop. I just want to let you all know what we have going on today, and this will probably answer a lot of questions that you have. So today we have a visiting artist, actually. If you guys have any pamphlets from the front, it has a little bit of information on this visiting artist, but our visiting artist is Mel Carter, and that is the person kind of close to us up in the front with the Converse. And this is a Japanese-American, Seattle-based artist, and we are actually creating a series called Liquid Spells today. And this is basically exploring the appeal of mysterious and alluring aesthetics that are spiritual and kind of workings with witchcraft. So these gourd-like forms, which you can see on these front pedestals right here, these are what we're creating. And we are pretty far along with this one already. The point of them being clear is that when we put liquids or potions or even herbs inside of these, you would be able to see through the glass and into what's inside of the jar. And speaking of which, once again, these clear vessels, they're going to hold spells, basically. So this includes potions, oils, tinctures, as well as possibly edible medicinal plant matter, such as herbs, as I mentioned. And at the center bench, we've just attached a second pipe to the bottom. If you're wondering why they did this, it's so they can actually break the piece away from the pipe that it was created on. This is going to give us access to the other side of the piece. And if anyone's curious about the temperatures in this hot shop, all of our different furnaces, they all run between 2,100 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And the torch right here actually runs at that same temperature, but instead we can focus the heat to just one area of the piece instead of heating up the entire thing inside of the furnace. And to break this piece off, you'll see this again later as well, but we're just applying some water and then tapping the pipe, and that is enough to break this piece away. So a little bit of a hot connection, so it was kind of hard to control. And that is the risk with working with large amounts of glass. But this is fine. This is all just clear glass, so technically if we wanted to, we could reuse it. Our clear glass furnaces can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. I just want to point those out to you all. It's basically these large tanks with the closed doors. And you can imagine it like a giant jar of honey. And I just want to point out as well, this glass did shatter when it hit the floor, and that means that the glass was around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If it were any warmer, then when it hits the floor, it would probably kind of just slump and slowly move into a puddle, depending on how hot it was. But starting at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit and lower, the glass is completely solid again. And I haven't explicitly mentioned, so I just want to mention to the entire audience real quick, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just grab my attention by raising your hand, and I'll come right over. And this could be questions about the building, could be questions about the visiting artists or the glass itself. Anything is fine. So technically, if we were to break a piece off and let it sit, it would cool down relatively quickly, but we actually don't want the glass to cool down quickly like that. We want to lower the temperature very slowly overnight to prevent thermal shock. And the thermal shock you actually saw happen when we put the water on the glass. The extreme temperature change caused that small section to break. And so to prevent thermal shock when we cool the glass, we put it inside of these large black boxes on our far walls. These are called annealers. And you'll see them being used eventually, but it just holds them at almost 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit and then slowly lowers it. So in the hot shop, as long as you're not touching the glass itself or the hot end of any tools, you don't really need to wear any protective equipment. Sometimes if you are working with really, really large amounts of glass, you'll see the glass blowers wearing gloves. But even then, sometimes this isn't really to block the heat. It's more so to get a better grip on what you're working with, just because it's so heavy, it gets kind of hard to turn. But yeah, usually you won't see them wearing a lot of protective equipment other than glasses that protects any breaking glass from getting to your eyes. So we're starting again over on that right bench. And once again, we're only working with clear glass. So we just have a single gather of clear on the end of our pipe, and we're going to blow a small bubble. And I just want to point out, this is a blowpipe specifically, so it's completely hollow like a straw. When we blow into the end, the air passes all the way through and expands that glass like a balloon. And at this point, I have access to these screens, so now I can start calling up images and videos for you guys. And to start us off, I want to show off some of our visiting artist artwork. So up on the screen, you're going to see a short slideshow. This is going to show off some of these previously made artworks that are relating to what we're creating right now. So as you can see, we have different clear vessels, and they're filled with liquids and herbs and basically potions. And this is what's going to be done with these vessels that we're creating during this residency. And that's why we're keeping them clear once again. So we can basically just see what is put inside of them. And these gourd-like forms are influenced by Japanese and Shinto practices and totems. Our visiting artist, once again, is Japanese American themselves. This is where they're getting some of that inspiration. And I just want to point out we've gathered one more layer of clear. We've sat down and we've started using this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is called a block. And the block is going to basically smooth and even out the surface of this bubble, making sure the bubble inside blows out evenly. So the glass furnaces, which I pointed out are the large tanks with the closed doors, those actually run 24/7. And then everything else is turned off whenever we're done using it, whether it's all weekend when the museum's closed Monday and Tuesday, or just the evening when we finish. So almost everything turns off except for those glass furnaces. If we were to turn those off, however, they could actually cool down enough that the glass would break the ceramic tank it's sitting inside of. So it's really important that we keep those running. And I had a question about color, so I wanted to share a video with you all, and you could kind of relate this to when you walk through the galleries and just kind of see different pieces and understand how they got that color. And the process that I'm going to be talking about is a color drop or color overlay. It gives us a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece, basically. So could I have that video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So I just want to point out we have moved over to the center bench. This means we have all the glass we need for our piece. And at this point, we've been heating up the glass quite a bit and stretching it out by just hanging it towards the floor. We're basically using gravity as another one of our tools instead of physically stretching it out with our hands. And I think that we're going for the same or very similar shape as to what we had earlier. Some of you guys may remember that piece that previously broke. It had this really long neck and kind of a small body on the end. So right now we're just going in with this pad. This pad is actually just folded up newspaper that we soak with water. And this is enough material that we're able to basically form the glass with our hands. Wherever we're touching with the newspapers, this is cooling the glass down a little bit. And everywhere else is going to start blowing out. So right now they're cooling down the neck. They want that to stay thin, and they'll start blowing out the body at the end. Yes, I just want to point out something. So this piece is relatively light itself, but it is all the way on the end of that pipe, and it is a long piece itself as well. And so that weight being all the way far away from you makes it feel a lot heavier than it actually is. So might actually be 15 pounds, but feel 4 or 5 times heavier. So during this residency, we are just making as many pieces as we possibly can. And the only goal is to create these gourd-like shapes that are clear glass, so we're just doing that over and over. I would say each piece takes about 30 minutes, so if they're super efficient during the day, they could probably get about a dozen every day. So all these pieces, and maybe even more, these were made on Wednesday, and I wasn't here yesterday, but they probably made around that same amount, and then after today, we'll have almost triple this amount. Yes, so for anyone who recently joined, I just want to reintroduce our visiting artist today. There's a little bit of information on this artist if you want to read along as I talk about them. But once again, today we have Mel Carter in the hot shop. And this is a Japanese-American queer artist, Seattle-based artist. So much information on this artist for us to listen to today. We are working on a series called Liquid Spells, where we're actually exploring the appeal of mysterious and alluring aesthetics of spiritual workings and witchcraft. So these pieces that we're working on here, once again, we have these clear bodies, and this is so we can see inside of these jars, whatever we place inside of them. And a few examples that the visiting artist gave us are potions, oils, tinctures, and maybe even edible medicinal plant material. I saw some pictures, and it was like maybe some garlic, just as an example. And actually, to go along with this, could I have the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there's going to be some inspiration images as well as some previous setups of our visiting artists. So some of those series pictures themselves. And these gourd-like forms, I want to mention again, these are influenced by Japanese and Shinto practices and totems. Once again, our visiting artist is Japanese American, so that's where they're drawing some of this inspiration. Now, this torch we haven't seen yet today. This is one of our hottest items in the hot shop. This would get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's over double the heat of the molten glass even, which some of you guys may remember sitting inside of those tanks at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And so this small torch is going to heat up just a really small section of glass at a time, but very quickly. And this is usually used to get small details, such as when we're sculpting a face, we can focus on just the nose, just the eyes. If we were to heat up this entire piece of glass all at the same time and then try to make that small detail, we could lose all the other details we worked so hard on. So this small torch can be really important. And right after heating up the side of this piece, we've just flattened it. And so this is where the piece is going to be resting. Usually the bottom of the piece is what is furthest away from the pipe. But in this case, we're going to have this really long kind of curving neck for this gourd. So the artist basically brought in images of actual gourds, and they're actually laid out in front of the furnace. It's really hard to see them from that far away, but there's just kind of a giant paper with all these gourds on it. We also have a couple of like physical examples as well, but they are taking a lot of creative freedom with these because gourds themselves are very naturally shaped. So it's okay if we have a naturally shaped piece in the hot shop too. And right now we're getting ready to attach a second pipe just to the bottom of this piece. This is going to allow us to completely break this piece away from the pipe that it's on right now. And in preparation for doing that, we'll always be torching this connection area where the glass is near the pipe. And this is because when we break the piece off of the pipe, some of you guys may remember, but we apply some water, and that's going to break that connection, physically crack it and break it. And if the piece is cold itself, those cracks can travel. So to prevent that, we just heat up the surrounding area and we're all good. And now we've just brought over the pumpty, the second pipe, and this is attached right to the center of the bottom of our piece. And once that connection is secure and it's not moving around very much, all they have to do is apply some water to break this piece off. And after applying that water, we tap the pipe. And that breaks that piece off. And this is the same thing that happened earlier, actually. It's just a little bit too heavy on the end. It's really hard to control that piece of glass. Let's give them a round of applause for their effort. This is the second one they've made today. So once again, there isn't that large of a worry when it comes to these pieces breaking. All we have to do is cool the glass down and clean it up. You'll usually just put it into these metal containers to allow it to fully cool. And I also want to point out for anyone that hasn't heard, this glass at this point is probably around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So it might look cold, might look very solid, but it is still really, really hot. So they're not going to touch it. All right, so for anyone that's recently joined, I just wanted to give you all a little introduction as to what we have going on again. So once again, today we have a visiting artist, Mel Carter. I was just up in the front chatting with them in the gray shirt there. And we are working on some pretty large pieces today. Some of you guys may have seen that last one we were working on, but these are some that were made previously on Wednesday. So this entire residency, we've basically just been making as many of these gourd-like forms as possible. And the inspiration behind these is Japanese and Shinto practices and totems. And the reason for these being clear on top of that is because they are going to be holding spells. This series is called Liquid Spells. And these spells will be made from potions, oils, tinctures, and edible medicinal plant matter and other things inside of these jars. And because these jars are clear, you would be able to see that matter inside of them. And once again, these forms are influenced by Japanese and Shinto practices. Our visiting artist is Japanese American themselves. Just want to point out that this is where they're getting some of that inspiration for this work. And if anyone has any further questions for our visiting artists, feel free to grab my attention and I can always grab them for you or just kind of relay question and answer back and forth. And we are just hopping into a new piece over on that right bench. And if we haven't seen that slideshow already, let's have that up on the screen, please. Thank you. So for anyone that hasn't seen it yet, once again, up on the screen, there's going to be a slideshow going of our visiting artist artwork. This includes some previously made works, including some items from this series, like what you see on the screen now. So these are the Liquid Spell series. And there will also be some inspiration pictures in this slideshow here and there. You'll see some actual gourds themselves and some drawings for this residency. And it looks like they've just opened up the annealer on the right side of the hot shop. I just want to point out those are the pieces that were made yesterday. So I haven't even gotten to see those pieces yet. It's pretty cool that they're able to show them off now. They've cooled down very, very slowly, and they've just been able to open it now. They usually cool down overnight, if not a little bit longer. So there have been blown away competitors that have come through this hot shop. We don't have any here today. Later on, you might see Ben Cobb, who's the hot shop manager here, and he was actually a guest judge on Blown Away. It's in the newest season, so if you haven't seen it yet, I won't spoil anything, but now, over on this right bench, we've already blown a small bubble inside of this clear glass. We've just gathered another layer of clear, and then we've used the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to kind of smooth and even that new layer of clear out. And this is just making sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside of this glass that we already have. So as you can see, it's just been expanded. And this is going to repeat a few times just until we have enough mass for this piece. And before we gather our next layers of clear, you'll always see us kind of just sit down and let this cool. If we were to go in there while this is still hot like this, then the inside of that glass is going to be moving. The entire thing is going to be moving. It could actually even misshape the bubble. So it's important that we let this cool down before we continue. And by the way, I just want to mention all of the pieces that are hollow, such as vases, bowls, cups, anything like that, they all start this way. We'll just create a small bubble and slowly gather more layers of whether it's color or clear, and then we'll slowly expand that bubble and turn it into its final shape. So this is pretty much the beginning for many different projects in the hot shop. And sometimes going into the furnace makes it so that the pipe is just a little bit too warm to handle. So we have these pipe coolers on either side of the hot shop. And this is just a trough of water we set the pipe into, and it cools it down enough for us to handle the pipe closer to the glass again. And for those who just joined, I just want to point out once again, we have visiting artist Mel Carter. There's a little bit of information on them in your pamphlet, and that's a person in the, sorry, there's a lot of gray shirts in here. Gray shirt and Converse here. Yeah, there we go. Visiting artist is waving hello. And we have these pieces on these front pedestals here. I want to point these out especially because these are basically what we're creating for the rest of the day today. This is the last day of our visiting artist residency here. And these were all made on Wednesday. They're basically these large clear glass vessels that are supposed to resemble gourds. And by a gourd, if you don't know what that is, this is like a type of squash. And we do have one physical example of a gourd here as well, kind of show off the original shape. And because gourds are natural themselves in the hot shop, we're also able to go a more natural route and just kind of work with the glass, make it a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller, a little bit different shape. We're not going for a specific exact shape, I believe. And I want to point out, just since a lot of you guys are still relatively new in the hot shop, that our clear glass is coming from this furnace here. You guys saw them gathering that layer of clear earlier. But this holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear glass, maybe up to my hip, and it stays at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit 24/7. This furnace is always running. And same thing with our other glass furnace. We have two in the hot shop. They're just the tanks with the closed doors. And then all of our other furnaces, these are used for reheating the glass, and they run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And this pad that we've been using, this is actually just folded up newspaper. It's been soaked in water before they use it, but that is all that material is. It's maybe just this thick of newspaper between the artist's hands and the glass. And this is the closest you'll see them get to touching the glass, honestly. And after heating this up again, we're hanging it down towards the floor, and this is using gravity as one of our tools, stretching this glass out, creating a longer, narrower shape. So we would do the same thing if we're making a taller cup or a vase, just as a couple of examples. We want to stretch that bubble out. And just to cool that glass down, we've been going in with a nozzle that's blowing some compressed air every now and then. So using that same pad, the folded up newspaper, we were cooling down the neck that we didn't want to blow out, and then we were just blowing out the very end of the bubble. So the goal is to make something honestly kind of close to this shape here, except the body is going to be maybe a little bit longer. And we're going to flatten it on one side so that it can lay on its side this time instead of standing up like this one here. And since there have been a few new people who have joined here and there, I did want to talk about this series that we're working on in general real quick, as well as our visiting artist, Mel Carter. Mel Carter's kind of closest to us here with the gray shirt and Converse shoes. And this series is specifically called Liquid Spells. We're exploring the appeal of mysterious and alluring aesthetics of spiritual workings in witchcraft. So these large vessels are actually going to hold spells made from potions, oils, tinctures, edible medicinal plant matter, and many other different things. And to show this off a little bit better, could I have the slideshow up on the screen real quick? Thank you. So we do have some previous examples that will be going up on the screen. And some of these are actually from that same series that I was talking about, Liquid Spells. And you'll see them when you see them. They are these glass containers that are actually holding those different materials. But these shapes that we're making in the hot shop today, these are gourd-like forms influenced by Japanese and Shinto practices and totems. Our visiting artist is a Japanese American themselves, so they're drawing a lot of inspiration from that. And back at the center bench, we are heating up a small section of glass using just a small handheld torch. And this is where we're going to be flattening the side of our bubble, where it's going to be resting as its final form. So after heating up just that small section of the bubble, Gabe is going to go in with a wooden paddle. And yes, right now we are technically working with two pieces of glass at the same time. This second pipe that we're working with just has a small clear attachment on the end. This is going to be brought over to the center bench and then attached to the bottom of our piece that we just blew out. And then after we've attached the second pipe, we're going to completely break this piece away from the pipe that it's on right now. So right now we're just keeping this piece warm at the center bench. We're not trying to change the shape of it when we're going in with the torch and going into the furnace. We have to keep the glass at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, otherwise we can get cracking and breaking from thermal shock. And now we've just brought that second pipe over and attached it to the bottom of our piece. And once that connection is stable, all they have to do is go in with a little bit of water. They're going to apply this water to our breaking point. That's cracking a small section of the glass. Then we tap the pipe, and that should be it to break this piece off. And just to mention, if you guys didn't know already, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. It can be questions about the visiting artists, such as their inspiration behind these pieces. It could be questions about the glass process. It could be questions about the building, just to name a few examples of things that people frequently think about. So we've just come out of the furnace and Gabe is going in with a pair of tweezers, pinching and pulling the opening out in a way. This is actually all excess glass that's going to be cut or trimmed off of the opening of this piece. Usually that connection there where we've broken it off from its original pipe is just a little bit thicker and the break isn't always perfectly even. So this is going to fix all that up. And you'll notice because this neck is so long, we do have to hang the glass towards the floor every now and then, just making sure that neck doesn't curl and like kind of touch onto itself. And we're now shaping the neck into a more natural position. Once again, these are supposed to be gourd-like vessels. And just to make sure this entire piece of glass is staying warm and safe, we're heating up small sections, such as where the glass is connected to the pipe. This area tends to be a little bit colder, and we want to make sure that it doesn't drop below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If it does, then we risk thermal shock. And I see quite a few new people have joined us in the audience, so I do want to give a quick little introduction to what we are doing right now. So once again, right now we're creating these gourd-like forms, and a gourd is kind of like a squash. And I can actually show an example. So if you guys don't believe me or don't understand, this is a gourd right here. It's basically just a type of squash. And we're trying to make shapes that are very similar to this, but we're making them pretty big, and we're making them out of clear glass. And this is so whatever we put inside of them, whatever liquids, whatever materials, we would be able to see that inside of the piece of glass. If it had color on it, we wouldn't really be able to see what we put inside of the piece. And yes, as many of you can tell, at this point, we're just getting ready to break the piece off of the pipe and put it away. You can see somebody has gotten suited up in these big Kevlar gloves. This is going to allow them to physically pick this piece of glass up off the end of the pipe. And just like earlier, to break this piece off, we're just going to apply some water to our connecting area. This is going to break that connection point, enough for us to tap the pipe, and it should just break cleanly off. So once again, going in with that water, creating those small cracks. And after we break this off, we're going to lightly torch the bottom, getting rid of leftover sharp ends that may remain. And that looks like it was a clean break, so this is going to be put away inside of the annealer, this large black box over on the left wall, to slowly cool down overnight, preventing thermal shock. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. They've been working on that one all morning. Yes, so inside of this box is going to stay at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit until we're ready to cool down everything inside of it all at the same time. Press a button and it slowly cools down overnight. We'll be able to see those pieces tomorrow. And we are going to continue to make these gourd-like forms over and over again throughout the day. So we'll most likely get started again over on that right bench pretty shortly. Since we're not seeing any color in the hot shop today, I do want to play a video showing how we get color on our pieces of glass. And this, you can apply your knowledge to the gallery, just as an example. So could I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
All right, so welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop. I want to give an overview to catch you guys up on what we're making in the hot shop, who's here with us today, all those good things. So today we have a visiting artist. There's a little bit of information on this visiting artist in your pamphlets, and this visiting artist is Mel Carter. And that's the person sitting on the table, Converse shoes, a gray shirt, just to point them out to you all. And they are a Japanese-American, queer, Seattle-based artist. And we are creating some really important pieces in the hot shop today. This series that we're working on, which you could see some example pieces on this front pedestal here, is called Liquid Spells. And it's exploring the appeal of mysterious and alluring aesthetics of spiritual workings and witchcraft. And so these vessels are specifically clear so that you will be able to see what they are holding, such as potions, oils, tinctures, and edible medicinal plant matter, I think such as garlic and I don't know, just herbs in general. Artists could tell you more if you have any questions. By the way, I can always relay questions and answers, or I could even grab the visiting artist for you guys yourselves. And I always want to point out a little bit of stuff about the hot shop as well before I jump into explaining what they're working on. So first off, our large tanks with the closed doors here. These are our glass furnaces, and they hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It runs at that temperature 24/7. If it were to cool down, that could actually permanently break or damage the tank. So it's really important we keep it running. Everything else is running between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. but they actually turn them off when they're done using them, and it doesn't take that long to heat them up either, maybe 30 minutes to an hour. Not so bad. And just to reiterate, these gourd-like forms, by the way, if you don't know what a gourd is, it's basically like a type of squash, like this here. And these gourd-like forms are inspired by Japanese and Shinto practices and totems. Once again, our visiting artist is Japanese American themselves, so they're taking inspiration from that background. And to show off some of these pieces, could I have the visiting artist slideshow, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, you're going to see a slideshow. Some of these are inspiration photos, such as the gourds themselves. Some of them are sketches of what we hope to make during this residency. Some of these images are photos of artwork that our visiting artist has actually displayed before, which you should see some of the series that I was talking about, the Liquid Spell series. Except this time, our visiting artist is actually able to make these glass forms themselves. And now, of course, while this slideshow is going, I'll open the floor to any questions that anyone has. This applies to the entire audience, by the way. It's not just the students that can ask questions. Anyone can ask away. So I just want to share something real quick in case anyone is curious. The glass that we use in our hot shop in here, this is soda lime glass. So the ingredients for this are mostly silica sand, a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone. And this texture of that mixture is just a lot like sand or even clumped together sand. We'll take it and we'll dump it inside of our glass furnace and melt it down over the course of a day at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And then it's ready the next day to use. So something interesting that I sometimes get questions about that I want to share with everyone is if you were to come into the hot shop and you're seeing a piece being made like this one, but you really had to leave, like you just couldn't stick around long enough to see it finished, you can always go on to YouTube. The Museum of Glass live streams every single time we're working in the hot shop like this. And so you could even go to really old recordings and watch something from years ago of like a really famous artist, or you could, you know, catch up on the rest of this visiting artist residency a couple days from now. We save all of those live streams on YouTube. So in the winter, the hot shop is really cozy. It feels really good to be in here, and I see a lot of people get kind of sleepy in the audience, honestly. But in the summer, it can get really, really hot because all we have is the air that's being pushed from outside. So if it's hot outside, it's going to be hot in here, plus the heat from the furnaces. So it can get really warm. So all of the furnaces in here run at around 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit individually. And we don't usually turn it up past 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. We don't really need to. And sometimes we do have to turn them down, actually, just because if we heat up the glass too quickly, it can kind of be uncontrollable. Yeah, whenever we're working with the glass, it's always above 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. If it were below that, then the glass can crack or break from thermal shock. If it's above or around 2000 degrees Fahrenheit, the glass is completely molten, like the texture of honey, and it's kind of uncontrollable in that state. And so we always keep it in an in-between temperature, and the texture of this glass is honestly a lot like putty or taffy right now. So if you were to poke it or cut it or anything like that, you would actually be able to feel that texture of kind of stretchy gooiness of this glass. So I want to talk about something that I get frequently asked about. So whenever we have visiting artists come through, you'll see that we have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team working on the pieces, and our visiting artist is still the designer. They've designed and thought up of all of these different pieces that are being made, but our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team is the one handling the glass in the hot shop. I frequently get asked about that. But yes, the credit is still going to the visiting artist. And on top of that, they get to take home all these pieces and do whatever they want with them, whether it be selling them, putting them on display, or just keeping them themselves. And I want to mention that our Museum of Glass hot shop team, the people who are working down this hot shop floor, they do have about 20 to 30 years of glassblowing experience individually. And so they are very experienced glassblowers. They've been doing this as a full-time job for a very long time. So honestly, whenever I see a professional glass artist, such as like an application or a description about a professional glass artist, usually they tend to have 10 years of experience blowing glass or more. So I think that that is kind of the standard for being a professional glass artist. But we have had people come through that have maybe like 5 years of experience and they're still really good at a particular thing they do. Wait, actually, I just thought of a really good thing to talk to you guys about. So I'm not sure how many of you guys are local, but there's a program out here in Tacoma called Hilltop Artists that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass. And I always like to mention this when I have youth in the crowd. I started when I was 15, so you could start in middle school or high school. It's a really good opportunity. And it's all free, too. I just want to mention there's free after-school clubs, there's free summer programs, just so many different options for everyone. And if you're 12 and under, there is something else for you guys to do as well, which is called Kids Design Glass. So you guys can submit a drawing, and it has the chance to turn into a piece of glass. You would be able to sit here and watch them make the piece in front of your own eyes, and you'd be able to even take one home. So just a couple of good opportunities for all of the youth in the audience. I really recommend those two. So actually the glass furnace is a furnace that holds the clear molten glass inside of it physically. That one runs 24/7. But all of the other furnaces, the torches, all of that, they turn them off when they're done using them, whether it's 2 p.m., whether it's for 2 days, whether it's just overnight. Doesn't really matter when we turn them off. We can just turn them back on maybe 30 minutes to an hour before we get started again. All right, now the remainder of the audience has my undivided attention for the foreseeable future. If you guys have any questions, feel free to let me know. We've come pretty far along in this piece of the center bench so far. Once again, we're creating these clear glass vessels like you see on these front two pedestals. And these are supposed to be gourd-like forms. Our visiting artist has brought in an actual gourd as an example or kind of inspiration for the shapes of these pieces. And once again, just to point out our visiting artist up in the front with me, this is Mel Carter. And we do have a little bit of information on them in our pamphlet. And right now we've just bent the neck of this gourd. And this is a little bit tricky. This is making the piece off-centered, so they have to be really careful when they're heating it up inside of the furnace that it doesn't fall more off-center or completely break off of the pipe even. And after bending the neck, it looks like we pretty much have our final shape. A lot of the things you're going to see them doing from here is just making small adjustments, such as making sure the opening or the mouth of this piece isn't sharp, and also just making sure the entire piece is staying warm by using these large fluffy flames. And to break this piece off, once again, we're just applying a little bit of water to this connecting point at the end of our pipe. This is causing some small cracks just at that connection point. All we have to do is tap the pipe now. That should break this piece cleanly off. And that was a successful break. So now we're just going to torch the bottom, get rid of any leftover sharp ends that remain, and put this piece away in our annealer, this large black box over on the left wall. This is going to slowly cool this piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that gourd. Thank you. And for those who just joined, can I have the slideshow up of our visiting artist artwork? Thank you. So once again, for those who just joined, I just want to reintroduce what we have going on today. There's a little bit of information in your pamphlets about our visiting artists that we have in here today. Their name is Mel Carter, and that is the person up in the front, gray shirt, black pants, and Converse. And they are continuing a series called Liquid Spells. This is exploring the appeal of mysterious and alluring aesthetics of spiritual workings and witchcraft. Specifically, these gourd-like forms are influenced by Japanese and Shinto practices and totems. Our visiting artist is a Japanese American themselves. Now, these clear vessels are specifically clear glass only, and this is so that we can actually see what is put inside of these containers, such as potions, oils, tinctures, and edible medicinal plant matter. And you will see a few of those examples throughout this slideshow that you see on the screen. All these previous glass objects that were used were just kind of repurposed objects, but this time our visiting artist has a chance to actually make and have their own forms to put these mixtures inside of. And we've just gotten started once again over on that right bench. This is all going to start with a single gather of clear on the end of a blowpipe. This blowpipe is kind of like a straw. When we blow into the end of it, the air will pass all the way through and go into that glass, creating a bubble. And then from there, we just blow it out further, kind of like a balloon, just continue to expand that glass. And we will be gathering multiple layers of clear just to kind of build up some mass for this piece. So there we've just blown a single small bubble. And after creating this single bubble, we have to let this cool down a little bit before gathering our next layer. And once again, just in case this new crowd hasn't heard, if anyone has any questions, whether it's for or about the visiting artists or about the glass, the process, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. And I'll come right over to answer your question. Yes, so behind each of our benches, we have these buckets of water, and this is where we submerge our wooden tools. We want to make sure that the wood is completely saturated in water while and before we use it on the glass, just to make sure that the wood burns a little bit slower. And on top of that, the steam that's created when the wooden tool is near or touching the glass is actually what is physically touching and shaping the glass itself. It's really interesting. It's basically the light and frost effect, creating a layer of steam in between the glass itself and those tools. And once we've moved over to the center bench, this means that we have all the glass we need for our project, and we can start to blow it out a lot more, make it a lot bigger, and shape it into its final form. And if you guys were here for the last piece, we're actually going to be making something pretty similar. If you weren't here for the last piece, no worries. It basically has these two blown sections, almost like this one, honestly. And they're going to be curving the neck. I think the neck is going to be a little bit thinner, and the top is going to have a more narrow top, kind of like these ones. So just to give you a little bit of an idea, based off of the pieces that we already have on display. And I know we are working with all clear glass today. So just to talk about color for a second, we'll usually use something called color bar, which is a solid piece of colored glass like I have in my hand. And we'll melt this down in sections and simply basically put it on top of a small clear bubble and then spread it, completely covering up that clear bubble. So this is colored glass itself. It just has different metal oxides in it that give it the color. So mostly glass, a little bit of metal oxide. White apparently is a form of tin and antimony, which are two metals on the periodic table. Yes, so this wooden spoon-shaped tool, this is the block. And I want to point out that we are trying to smooth and completely round out the surface of this glass. This is going to make sure that the bubble that we already have blows out evenly inside. If we didn't smooth and round out the surface of this piece, the bubble might try to blow out in the hotter direction or maybe in a thinner area, and that could just create a little bit of a wonky shape. And this pad that we're going in with next, this is actually just folded up newspaper, and we'll soak it with water before using. So right now it is soaked with water, and these do burn relatively quickly, but this material is totally enough to protect the artist's hands as they shape the glass like this. And this is basically just guiding which way the bubble is blowing out by pushing it in one direction. And just to mention the torch actually runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, about 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But the torch will heat up a section of glass at a time, so we can focus heat to just one area of the piece. Say we want to blow out that area more than another, or if one area is just getting a little cold. Okay, so the furnaces actually run off of natural gas and forced air, and the torches run off of propane and oxygen. We do have another small torch that we use. Some of you guys may have seen it with the last piece. We used it on the bottom to kind of finish it off. So those run off that same fuel source. And to form the two separate sections of this bubble, Gabe is going in with the newspapers and he's physically squeezing in kind of a waist in this piece. So if we wanted to create like an hourglass shape, they would do that same thing. And next we're going in with the jacks, these two metal blades, and we're creating the jack line. So this line or divot that's forming right now near the pipe is where we break this piece off of the pipe later on. And for those who have joined here and there, I know a lot of you guys have been hearing me talk about the glass process, but I do want to reintroduce the greater theme to this, which is we have a visiting artist today. And the visiting artist is the one who's designed all of these pieces that we're creating. Their name is Mel Carter, the one sitting on the table here. And they are a Japanese-American queer Seattle-based artist, so local artist. And these gourd-like forms that we're working on in the hot shop today are influenced by Japanese and Shinto practices and totems. Hence, the visiting artist, once again, is Japanese-American themselves, so they are pulling some inspiration from that background. And we are continuing a series called Liquid Spells. This is exploring the appeal of mysterious and alluring aesthetics of spiritual workings and witchcraft. And to kind of relate to that, these clear vessels, once again, we are working with only clear. The purpose is to be able to see what is put inside of them. And these things that will be put inside of them are things such as potions, oils, tinctures, and edible medicinal plant matter. And I do have a slideshow to show off those themes and some examples of those pieces. So could I have that on the screen real quick, please? Thank you. So just to show off a few images of these works. And up on the screen, there's also some sketches, some inspiration photos for what we're working on in the hot shop. And of course, if anyone has further questions about the artist's inspiration behind these pieces, feel free to let me know, and I can always relay information to you, or even just bring the visiting artist over to you to answer those questions. So right now they are preparing a second pipe with a clear attachment on the end. This is going to be attached to the center of the bottom of our gourd. And this means that the lower half of the piece is done whenever they bring this second pipe over. At this point, we will just start working on the top half of the piece. And this is going to include, once again, we're going to be kind of tilting the top and the neck a little bit. So they've just brought the punty over. They're placing it center the bottom of the piece. The punty being a second pipe that we attach to the piece. This is going to give us access to the top side of our gourd. And to break this off and get access, we're going to apply a little bit of water. And that little bit of water is going to be enough to crack this connection using thermal shock. All we have to do is tap the pipe now, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now we have access to the top side of our vessel. We'll be able to start tilting the neck and kind of finishing off the opening of the piece. And whenever we break a piece off of its original pipe, this connecting area is a little bit thicker. The break isn't always perfectly even, so we may trim off a little bit of glass around the opening itself. So now after heating up just the front of the piece, Gabe is going in with 2 blades. These look really similar to the jacks, which were those 2 metal blades, as you may remember, but this time we actually have wooden blades. And this is important because this is going to be kind of gentle on the glass. It's not going to cause any gouging or scraping or really a lot of marking. And just real quick, Gabe has gone in with a pair of tweezers, pinching and pulling the opening out. This is stretching out the very top of the neck. And this is all excess glass that he's going to cut or trim off. And going in with the pair of jacks, Gabe has flared the opening of this piece out and turned it into a disc. And this disc is basically going to act as a handle as he starts to pull his arm away from the rest of the piece. This is kind of stretching that area of the glass out. At the same time, Sarah's going in with the Soffietta, and this is just blowing a little bit more air into the piece, even though it's already been removed from its hollow pipe, probably trying to reinflate this top of the neck area. And to focus heat on just one section of the glass, sometimes you'll see them going in with this large fluffy flame. So it looks like we're just going to try to blow up this section a little bit more instead of blowing out the other sections. And just earlier, while Gabe was working on the piece, Sarah was holding a wooden paddle kind of next to his arm. And this wasn't trying to touch the glass or shape the glass in any sort of way. This is called shielding, just protecting the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's coming off of the glass itself. And now after giving one more little puff of air using that Soffietta, you can see that this has really expanded that area of the neck. And now they're getting ready to bend the neck to get this more curved shape that I was describing earlier. So they're just going to heat up the neck itself. And in between working on things, you'll notice that they're always going in and out of the furnace. We want to make sure that the entire piece of glass is staying at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If it drops below that temperature at any part of the piece, then we do risk thermal shock, which can crack or completely break a piece. So even though we're just working on the neck section right now, we do want to heat up the entire thing overall inside of that furnace. So now Gabe is holding on to the end of the neck with a pair of diamond shears, and he's able to control which way the neck is bending. At the same time this is being done, Sarah's going to be blowing into the opening of the piece, and this is just making sure that the neck doesn't collapse or kind of crimp in on itself. And just like that, the shape of the piece is pretty much done. If they're happy with this, then they'll just stick with this shape. And now they just need to break off this excess piece of glass that they were using as a handle. And that's left them with a pretty perfect opening already. From here, they just want to make sure that the opening isn't sharp. They'll probably go in with a torch and kind of smooth it out, but we are getting pretty close to finishing the shape of this piece. And this is the other torch that I may have briefly mentioned earlier. We use it to heat up just really small sections of glass at a time for finer details. So we're using it to heat up just the opening and smooth it out. And now to prepare to break this piece off, we're just going to be torching this area where the glass is connected to the pipe, just making sure the surrounding area is warm before we apply that water to break it off. And when we put this away, this is going to go into that large black box over on the left wall. This is an annealer. It's going to keep the glass warm at almost 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but then with the press of a button, it slowly cools down. This process of cooling, it has to take around overnight. The thicker the glass, the longer it takes. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow, definitely. And to break this piece off, once again, we're applying some water. And then all we have to do is tap the pipe. That's going to break the piece off into these Kevlar gloves. And they'll lightly torch the bottom after breaking it off, getting rid of any leftover sharp ends that remain. And that piece will be done. And that was a successful break. So let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank Thank you. All right, so this is going into the annealer, as I previously described. This is going to slowly cool this piece of glass down, preventing thermal shock. And for anyone that missed the beginning of the process, we will be making one more, I believe, starting over on that right bench. And we've been creating a variety of different shapes of these guys. These are the ones that they made on Wednesday on these front pedestals right here. And the ones that they made yesterday are actually inside of the annealer over on the right wall. You can actually see them inside of there. Yeah, so we'll always get started on those side benches. And then once we have all the glass we need, we move it over to the center bench where we can actually start to blow it out and finish it off. And this is all going to remain clear glass only. So for anyone that hasn't heard of how we'll get colored glass on our pieces, just to give you guys a little bit of reference for the galleries, I do want to play a video showing how we get color in our glass. And this is usually through a process called a color drop or a color overlay. So could I have that video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Yeah, so this tank that Sarah's inside of right now, that's our glass furnace. It holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, maybe up to my hip. And it stays at a very consistent 2100 degrees Fahrenheit 24/7. So inside of there, we're just gathering more and more layers of clear molten glass on the outside of whatever we already had each time we go in. And just to give a quick introduction again for anyone that's recently joined, today we have a visiting artist in the hot shop, Mel Carter. and that is the person sitting on the table here with the hair up in a bun, just to point them out to you all. And this is a Japanese-American artist, so these forms that we're creating today, these gourd-like forms, are influenced by Japanese and Shinto practices and totems. So our visiting artist is drawing some inspiration from that for the pieces. And these are specifically a part of a series called Liquid Spells. And these clear vessels are eventually going to actually hold liquid spells, physical spells, potions, oils, tinctures, and edible medicinal plant matter. And to show this off a little bit better, could I have the artist slideshow up on the screen real quick? Thank you. So up on the screen, you're going to see a slideshow. Some of these are inspiration photos, such as the gourds themselves. Some of them are going to be the images of the potions, such like this one right here. Sorry, such as. So this is the first time our visiting artist is going to be able to have these handmade blown forms to be used for these potions. Previously, they were using a kind of second life, second-hand glass, kind of like these images here. And if anyone has any further questions for our visiting artists themselves, feel free to grab my attention, and I can always ask that question for you, or even bring the visiting artist over to you to have a little chat. And of course, if you have any questions about the glass, you can always ask me that as well. All I ask is that you raise your hand, and then I can see you and come over to answer your question. So I get that question every now and then, why doesn't the pipe get hot where we're holding it? Apparently, steel is a pretty poor conductor of heat, so the heat is only going to travel maybe this far down the pipe. And after that, maybe if we have really, really large amounts of glass, then the heat does start to travel a little bit more, and then we might wear gloves while handling the pipe. But for the most part, the pipe stays pretty cool. It's kind of surprising. And just to point out, this is a pipe cooler right here. So when we're going into the clear glass furnace, sometimes we have to go a little bit deep into there, and that is putting the pipe directly into the heat. So to cool off that section we need to handle, we'll put it in the pipe cooler. So next we're going to create a gourd-like vessel that's actually shaped a lot like this one right here. And this is an actual gourd itself, just brought in as an example or reference. And right here, this pad, I just want to talk about this real quick. This is actually just folded up newspaper. We've splashed it or soaked it completely with water before we used it. And this is kind of guiding which way the bubble is going to blow out as somebody blows into the end of the hollow pipe. So, molten glass is simply heated up sand or melted sand. And once it cools down, it solidifies again. And the same thing actually happens with sugar. You can melt sugar and then turn it into hard candies. So it's that same concept. And all we do to cool it down is we actually put it inside of these black boxes that you see on the wall. And inside of those boxes, it keeps it hot for a little bit of time and then it slowly cools down. And right now, Gabe is going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and he's creating basically a waist in this piece of glass, kind of like this one right here, or this one right here. This one's actually pretty similar to what we're making right now. So to shape the glass, we can do a variety of different things. As long as we're not touching the glass with our hands, we can shape it using anything, and that includes a potato. And when I say that, I am completely serious. So I've seen people use potatoes as a small mold, as an example. You could carve out the inside of a potato, like cut it in half, carve it out, and then put a glass bubble inside of it, close it, and then very quickly blow the bubble, and it fills in that mold. I've seen people use watermelons. I've seen people use pumpkins. I've seen people use paper, any sort of metal tool, such as a butter knife. Can use pretty much anything to shape a piece of glass. So I actually get this question a lot, and that's kind of like, how does somebody get into glassblowing? How do people start in it? And it may not be like a personal interest, but you're just curious in general. There are a few different ways to get started. You can specifically go to a glass school. We have one in Washington as an example, 2 hours north of us, called Pilchuck. There's colleges that have glass classes, like just a normal college. There is apprenticeships. You can study under someone, you know. There's also programs, like out here in Tacoma, there's a local program called Hilltop Artists that allows kids 12 and up to start blowing glass. So I started when I was 15, just as an example. So there's just so many different ways to get into it, and everybody's story is completely different. Like some of these guys, they knew somebody that blew glass, and then they just randomly started it as a hobby, and then they got really into it. It's really cool. So just to point out, we've brought over a second pipe, attached it to the center of the bottom of our piece. And this is really important. This is going to allow us to break this piece away from its original pipe, giving us access to the other side of the piece. So this is something we do with pretty much any piece we make in the hot shop, no matter what it is, whether it's solid, whether it's hollow like this one, vase, cup, bowl, anything. We need access to the other side of the piece so we can finish the entire thing, basically. And now that we have access to the top of our gourd, we'll be able to finish the top off. This is going to include kind of getting rid of some excess glass. It's probably the easiest way to describe it, just around the opening of the piece, and then smoothing that out. And we've once again created a small disc on the opening of our piece. This is basically just acting as a handle. We're blowing a little bit more air in using this tool called the Soffietta. Soffietta basically just blocks off the opening to the piece, and it has a mouthpiece where we can blow air in. And after this has been inflated enough, all of this glass is just going to be knocked off. This is all just excess that they were using as a handle. And something I get asked about quite frequently is what we do with our leftover pieces of glass. In this case, we're working with all clear. Something that's nice about that is we could technically reuse it by just throwing it back into the furnace to melt down again. And we do frequently do that. We reuse large amounts of this clear glass. Oh yeah, glass can definitely be overblown. And whenever the glass is really hot or really soft, we have to blow really, really gently to make sure that we don't do that. Usually, overblowing just makes the glass super thin. It can be even thinner than paper. At that point, if you were to heat it up, it would instantaneously collapse on itself or even pop, kind of like a balloon. Uh, and so we really want to avoid that. Whenever that happens, we usually just have to throw the piece away. And speaking of heat, glass really is a balance. I want to point out that the glass that we're working with right now is always somewhere in between 1 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. At around 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, it's completely molten, almost to the texture of honey. At that point, the glass is really hard to control. All the details will just melt in on themselves. And if it were 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, at this point, the glass is completely solid. It's not moving anymore. It's unworkable. So we always want it somewhere in the middle where it's kind of like a taffy or a putty texture. And that's what it's like right now. And now we're just breaking this piece off to put it away. To break it off, we apply some water, which is causing a small amount of cracking, and then tap the pipe. And next, we'll just torch the bottom, getting rid of any leftover sharp ends that remain. And that piece is done. So this is going to be placed inside of the annealer. If you haven't seen this box already, it's this large black box over there. This will very slowly cool this piece of glass down, at least overnight, to make sure that it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see this piece until tomorrow. And let's give them a little round of applause for that final piece there. Thank you. And I just want to check in with them real quick, but I believe that that was our last piece before lunch. Yeah, that was our last piece before lunch. So if anyone has any final questions for me, feel free to ask away. But if not, then we'll be back in about an hour from now, probably around 2:05. They'll have the official time posted on the screen constantly in the hot shop, so feel free to check in.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop. In just a moment, we'll get started making glass. We have a visiting artist with us here today. Their name is Mel Carter, so we'll be exploring different forms, as you can see here on the podium, what we've already produced during their residency. There are shapes like gourds and just different bottles that are designed for mixing potions, modern day witchcraft, different ideas. A lot of her influence comes from the Japanese culture. And I'll tell you a little bit more about her. Oh, there we are. So as you can see, their work is informed by experiences within the Japanese diaspora. Oh, can we go back to that? Thanks. Queerness, exploration in modern witchcraft, rituals, and mythology, in tandem with waste reduction and the environmental justice in the cultural context of the Pacific Northwest. Mel comes from, or was raised in the Bay Area, but now lives on Salish land here in Seattle. In just a second, I'll give you guys an overview of what the machines are and the ovens. Welcome to the Hot Shop. Come on in and have a seat and hang out with us. We'll get started making glass in just a moment. So everything that we do here starts in the furnace. The furnace is the large ceramic tank that Gabe is dipping into currently. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It's about 2,100 degrees dipping into that furnace, and hot glass only likes to stick to hot steel. So as we rotate that pipe, we'll get a gather, and then he'll go over to the marvering table just to rotate the glass and get it nice and even, and then we'll blow into the end of that pipe. And as the air travels through, it'll create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. And then from there, as we work the glass during the duration of the creation process, we'll go in and out of the glory holes. The glory holes are these large drum-shaped ovens here that are powered by natural gas and forced air also. They're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And the temperature is kept at about 2,300 degrees. So as we blew into the end of that pipe, you can see a small bubble. It looks like it's orange because that's just the thermal energy radiating. It's really just clear. So when we get to the end of the piece, you'll be able to see the final form and the final color. What's awesome about working with clear is you get to see what it really looks like when it cools all the way down. When we work with color, the colors hold heat, so they look a little bit different while they're put away warm, in opposition to when we take them out when they cool all the way back down. So my name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to shout my name out, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah, great question. So we can add color to glass in many different application process. And so what that means is that we use glass, we use colored glass to add to clear glass to put color into the glass. And so when this is hot, we would get a color bar super duper hot and lay it over a clear bubble. That's called a color overlay. This type of color comes in every single color you can imagine. I mean, this type of bar comes in every single color you can imagine. We also have, or can we see the Illuminate color overlay, John Kiley, like the final piece on display slide? While we get the final image, I can show you guys various ways that color gets applied to glass. We also have frit, and so frit is small pieces of chopped glass, and so that's how we get little dots in the glass. Pattern also has color, but it's a different process. So if you ever see patterns, that's not applying color, that's applying pattern, but it has color within it. So there's a million different ways that you can get color into, or a couple different process to get the color into the glass. Yeah, so it's just room temperature water that we put the blocks in. We put the blocks into water so they can, it acts like a lubricant. It protects the wood, protects the glass. There's a small layer of steam that comes off of the block or, off the glass to protect both the block and the glass. We typically use cherry wood in this area. It's common to the area, and fruit wood lasts the longest in the process. It's able to withstand those high heat temperatures, and it's just room temperature buckets of water that we use. Even if it was cold, it wouldn't be cold for very long. So we've been exploring different forms in the essence of like different gorgs. And so similar to the ones on the podium here are the different shapes that we'll continue to explore. These shapes are, hold on, let's see. So we're continuing a series called Liquid Spells, exploring the appeal of mysterious and alluring aesthetics as spiritual offerings and witchcraft. So the clear vessels are to hold spells made from potions and oils, tinctures, and tinctures. So the more that we gather the glass, we also have the ability to use different size of blocks. So the blocks increase as the glass size also, as the mass of the glass also increases. And these blocks are designed to help give a nice 360 smooth layer to the outside, while cooling down the outside, but keeping that internal body nice and hot, so we can continue to expand the bubble. Great question. So, how many times do we go into the furnace until we start blowing the shape out and shaping the glass? It just depends on what we're going for. So, we call it gathering. And so, say we have a set amount of gatherers we want to accomplish to have a good enough mass to be able to blow it out, to be able to shape something of the size, right? And so today, I think we did 3 gathers already. That might get us to this type of, you know, height, width. It just depends on what you're making, though. Everything depends on what you're making. Does different type of sand make different types of glass? Well, I know there's like black sand out there, and I'm sure the Pacific Northwest sand is different from maybe like Hawaii sand. I don't know if that's accurate. But what I can tell you is that we get our glass from Spruce Pine, North Carolina. They make it there, and I'm not sure what kind of sand it is. So this part of the process, we're gonna go ahead and start to blow this out a little bit more, and then we're gonna place a jack line in. And so this is an indication point. Once we start to carve in the jack line, it's what allows us to get to the next part later in the piece of removing ourselves from this initial blowpipe. So we'll go in with the jacks. They're 2 large inverted blades, kind of like 2 large kitchen knives, and they allow us to carve into the glass, which will create a weak point. And the jack line indicates the beginning of the piece and the end of the pipe. So that first line was just for body and shape. Now the second one here is the official jack line that will carve into the glass. As they're rotating back and forth, he's also asking for whoever's sitting on this far left side of the bench to blow into the pipe. And so you might not notice that it's growing because it's moving back and forth. Those papers are just folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water. So if you have any newspaper that you'd love to get rid of that's sitting at home in your local, feel free to drop your good old News Tribune off right down here so we can use it during the process. That's a great question. So, how do we know when we need to come out and then go into the furnace, right, to get it reheated? So, the glass has to stay above 1,000 degrees to prevent any sort of shock while we're creating. And knowing when to go back into the reheating chamber is something that you kind of learn over time. And so, you don't want to stay out for too long. So, you're reading the temperature on the which means what it looks like. So you're reading the colors of the glass, and you kind of know that if you've been out for more than, like, let's say, a few minutes, you need to get back in there and reheat it so it can prevent any sort of shock. And then you know you want to come out when you start to see the glass get a little bit too hot, or you're going in just to heat one specific section because he's talking to them and directing what he needs done while he's working. And so it's all. Yeah, it's more of a. That's it. That's how. But it's more of a temperature red color thing. That's actually like kind of hard to like explain because that's how you're grading because you just know when this is what. But yeah, as it starts to get a little bit more clear, that's how we know it's getting a little too cold. Yeah, but it's still piping hot. So we're using the hot torch to get this area super duper soft. The hot torch is small but very mighty. It's about 5,000 degrees, and so we're giving it a pre-flash before we go into the reheating chamber to give the whole piece a flash. We want to get this area nice and soft so we can manipulate the shape. So we're going to give a nice flash to this area because this section of the piece goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first. And so we just have to make sure that the heat is evenly distributed. And we do that by flashing a certain section, and then we'll flash the whole body. So now we're preparing a transfer rod. The transfer rod will allow us to attach ourselves to the bottom portion of this piece so we can remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe to work on the opposite side of the piece. So I'll put a little water on that jack line that we carved in earlier, tap the pipe, and the vibrations will help send us off. Once again, we have Mel Carter working with us in the hot shop over these last couple days. Can we please see some of Mel's past works? So with the what she did there was blew a little bit more air into the shape, the body, because we removed ourselves from the blowpipe. So you can still add more air into a piece once it's removed, just with special tools. So she uses this soffietta. The soffietta means a little puff. So it's a lot of the tools have Italian, they're named after Italian terms. A lot of the phrases that we use in transition, like when we want to transfer the pipe, it's known to punny up. So puntail means to bridge in the Italian language, and then soffietta is a little puffer tool. So it'll be able to breathe into the piece. So we put a little bit of water on the back of the pipe there to remove ourselves from the blowpipe, from the punchy rod. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. And then into the annealing oven, it'll go where it has to cool down over time to prevent thermal shock. So it rests at about 960 in that oven, where it'll slowly cool down. So let's give Sarah one big round of applause, too, for getting that piece put away. So because you guys get to see how pieces come out clear in this exploration, I wanted to give you guys a little bit of knowledge about how we put color into the glass. So can we please see the color overlay video, if you can, in a moment? So the color overlay video will allow us to be able to see how we add color to glass.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300-degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we're going to get started with the process all over again. And with that, for those that just joined us, I'll give you guys a simple overview of the ovens and the reheating chambers. So dipping into our furnace, everything we do here starts in our furnace, and dipping into our furnace is about 2100 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It's 2100 degrees inside of that furnace, and so it's piping hot when we go to gather, but hot glass likes to stick to a hot steel, so as we rotate, the blowpipe in the furnace will then blow into the end of the pipe, which will create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. The more we gather around that initial bubble, it doesn't start out very big. It starts out pretty small, but the more that we gather, we'll be able to blow out different shapes. And then we'll work in and out of our reheating chambers, which are the glory holes here. They're also powered by natural gas and forced air. We turn these off in the evening, actually. We don't run them 24/7. They're only used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And then from there, we'll shape at the benches. My name is Emily, and if you guys have any questions, I'll be happy to answer your questions. So as the pipe starts to get a little warm from dipping into that furnace, we'll go over to the pipe cooler to cool it down. Also, Mel Carter is our visiting artist. Over the last couple days this week, they're exploring different forms in the essence of gorgs. These clear vessels are designed to be able to hold different potions and oils. This is a continued series called Liquid Spells. So we'll go in with our block, which is a piece of hollowed out cherry wood that we soak in water. We soak the blocks in water to protect the glass as well as the wood material. It allows us to shape those outer layers to get them nice and cool so then we can harness the glass a bit better as we rotate back and forth, and then we'll continue to manipulate the shape at the bench. So those papers there are folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. They allow us to shape the glass almost as if we're using our bare hand. And so they're a great tool for shaping. As you can see, we're slowly stretching that glass out to extend it from the pipe. We're making different gorg-like shapes. Similar to the ones here on the podium. So we'll use the hot torch to get a certain spot a lot softer than the rest of the glass, and so we'll give it a nice flash with this hot torch. The hot torch is about 5,000 degrees, and so we'll soften up the glass here to be able to shape it a bit more when it comes out of the reheating chamber. So we'll use that torch there. We gave it a little bit of a flash to be able to go into the reheating chamber to give the rest of the body of the piece a flash as well. We'll prepare ourselves now to be transferred from this initial blowpipe. So we'll get a transfer rod ready to attach to the end of the piece so we can clean up the opposite side. We'll put a little bit of water on that jack line. We'll tap the pipe and it'll remove us from the initial blowpipe. Those vibrations help send us off the pipe. Whenever we place pipes into the buckets over there, we'll dip them in a little bit of water and then into the bucket, which will help. They kind of clean themselves. The glass will shatter off, and then we reheat them and start the process all over again. If you guys are locals and have any interest in coming and working and creating your own glass here in the hot shop, we have different programs online that you can sign up for. So there's a buy the furnace program where you can come and work with a hilltop artist and create something here on the hot shop floor. So a hilltop artist will, a youth artist will coach you through the process. Or if you just want to make something in a more relaxed, chill environment, you can do fusing in our education studio. If you look online under our programs and activity tabs, you can learn more about different ways to get your hands on glass here at the museum. As we torch this neckline, Gabe is slowly pulling out the glass to elongate the neck of the pipe. I'm sorry, the neck of the piece. Once again, we'll put a little bit of water on the tweezers there, clamp it, and then we'll break off the excess glass. Woo! So we'll add a little bit of water to the back of the pipe there, and then we'll tap it off, and Sarah will catch it. And then we'll give it a hot torch before we put it into the oven. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work this afternoon. And then into the annealing oven, Sarah will take it where it'll slowly cool down over time to prevent thermal shock. That annealing oven's maybe about 960 degrees, and so it'll come down, ramp down in that environment. Let's give Sarah a big round of applause also. So you guys had the opportunity to watch us work without any colors. So I wanted to show you guys what happens when we add color to glass. So can we please see the color overlay video to learn about how we add color to glass?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So now that we've gathered from the furnace twice, we'll allow it to cool down as we have that bubble. We have to let it cool down to be able to go back in and gather and get a good enough gather as we take from the furnace. We don't want to gather when the glass is super duper hot. We won't get as good of a gather as we could as when we let it chill down. As we constantly dip into the furnace there, we'll go over to the pipe cooler to cool the pipe down a bit. Steel is not the best conductor of heat, so no, it doesn't move through, like the energy doesn't move through the pipe while we're working, but it will start to accumulate as we continue to expose it to high temperatures. So we'll use the pipe cooler to cool it down so we can continue to grip it and work. And now we'll go in with our block. Our block's a piece of hollowed out cherry wood that's been soaked in water. The block will help cool down the glass.
Is that your Emily? Is that your phone? Does anybody have any questions? So this is our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, and they're working with our guest artist, Mel Carter, making these shapes for one of her installations. Do you guys have any questions? No? Okay. You know about our contest for kids? Any kid that comes to the museum can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings, and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. Oh, that's awesome. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to keep, and one for the museum. That's really cool. Free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby. have any questions? Which one says don't open? Oh, that one? Oh, because we're cooking glass in there. That's the glass. We have two glass furnaces. The one on the other side, the glass is all cooked up and ready to use. This one over here, we're still cooking it. So, can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that up there is what it looks like inside there. So there's a big ceramic pot with a 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. And we have to, when we fill it up with the raw ingredients, we have to cook it overnight. So the glass is cooking in there. The other furnace, it's all ready to use. Do you guys have any questions? You have any questions? Yes, they know. Yes, they know. Yes, they know. Can we put up the gourd shape photo, the close one? See if we can get you a picture. Okay, can't see. Okay, so it's the second row up in the right-hand corner, the second row, the one farthest to the right. So it's kind of cylindrical, and it has a little ball and a little stem. So Gabe is shaping the bubble using a pad of wet newspaper. That gray pad in his hand is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So if you look up on the big screen, there's an unused newspaper, and then on top of that, that's what they look like once they've been used for a little while. Well, then we're going to use iPads. It'll get expensive. wipe off the plate. Use the pages for telephone books. And no more telephone books. So Gabe has flattened the bottom of our gourd shape. The paddle in his hand is made out of wood. The next part of this process is to transfer our bubble from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The punty will hold our shape from the bottom while we shape the top. So the top now is still attached to the pipe. We can't shape it. We'll grab it from the bottom, and then we'll be able to shape the top. Ben, to the right of center, is preparing the punty. Gabe is using a torch to warm up the section of the glass where we're going to break it. Oddly enough, it breaks better and more cleanly if it's a little bit warm. Now Ben's coming over with the punty. He'll bring it to Gabe. Gabe will stick it on. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Gabe will take his tweezers, dip them in water. He'll drip a little water where he wants the glass to break. He'll give the pipe a tap, and off it'll come. There's the water. There's the tap, and off it comes. So now it's held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Does anybody have any questions? Our guest artist is Mel Carter, sitting on the steel table. Mel is originally from the Bay Area. She now currently lives and works in Seattle. She's going to have an exhibition at the For Culture Gallery in Pioneer Square in Seattle. For Culture is what was formerly known as the Washington State Arts Commission. gallery in Pioneer Square and in Seattle. And Mel will be having an exhibition there in 2025. And it's more than likely you'll see some of this work completed at that exhibition. Mel Carter is a graduate of the University of Washington. She got her degree in photo photography and media. She's worked as a photographer for many years. And she also is a sculptor and does installations that encompass a variety of materials and videos. And these shapes that we're making today will end up in one of her installations. All these shapes are based on the shapes of gourds. The gas come from the torches. We have propane tanks. They're routed through this red cabinet, which is a manifold. Oh. No, they're out somewhere in a back room. Yeah, there's pipes that run through this trough. You see where the metal grate is? And that leads out to the propane tanks. Lots of things. If you go see a Frank Lloyd Wright building, the Frank isn't in there hanging sheetrock. He has carpenters, electricians. Go.
So which one is the artist?
The woman sitting on the steel table. So often, as if you buy a Calvin Klein dress, Calvin isn't sewing on the buttons. Calvin does a drawing. What? Yeah, so she's acting as the designer. Think of it like that.
So how do they know what they're making?
She told him what to make. No, she just tells them what to make. We often invite people from outside of the glass world who are artists in some other respect, and to come and work with our team. And if they don't have glass blowing skills, then they come up with a design, and our guys make their design. What?
And they're considered the artist?
Yes.
So I could come in and like paint a vision and then I'd be the glass artist.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, lots of things work like that, where Tiffany Glass, Louis Comfort Tiffany, he was a glass designer. He never made a piece of glass in his entire life.
This has to be in like
Yes. No. And, yeah.
this has to be in like style and likeness.
Well, the person who's the artist comes up with the idea, makes the design, and then hands it to craftsmen to make the actual object. When you buy, well, Mr. Chihuly, he had a car accident in the late 70s and lost one of his eyes, so he no longer has the depth perception to. He started out as a glass blower, no longer has depth perception to work like this. So he also designs the work and has a team of glass blowers. He started making, yes. Originally, he was a glass blower and made his things himself. He lost his eye in a car accident. And so now, all the Chihuly stuff you see around, it was all made by teams like this from Mr. Chihuly's design under his direction. Yeah.
So if he's not supervising it, it's not true.
No, no, if it's his design, it's Chihuly. If he does a drawing and hands it to the glass blowers and they make it, it's a Chihuly.
So does this particular artist, does she do glass or no?
She does do glass. She's been doing glass for about a year, but she doesn't have the sophisticated skills that our team has. These guys each have been doing glass for more than 20 years.
So is this team the team that's always here at the
Yeah, these guys work for the museum. They are a core glass blowing team. You've got Ben Cobb, tall guy in black shirt. He's the head of our glass shop. He's been working glass for 30 years. Gabe Feenan in the gray shirt. He's been working glass for 27 years. And Sarah Gilbert in all the protective clothing. She's been working glass for 23 years.
I was reading what you were saying. I got that's why I was listening, but well, I was reading.
So we put it in our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. let's them start to do some of the hanging ones. We'll need to.
No, it's just these plates have worn down to the point where it's done.
So the glass looks like it's orange, but it's not orange. It's just very, very hot as we're working in and out of these reheating chambers and the furnaces. The reheating chamber here, the glory hole, is about 2100 degrees or 2300 degrees. And then when we gather glass from the furnace, that crucible there with the black door, that's about 2100 degrees. And so everything will be clear. And as you see, as we continue to work and manipulate the glass, it will chill a lot quicker. And so you'll be able to see the true clear color that it'll be when it's finished. What's nice about working with clear is you know exactly what it's going to look like when it's done. When you have color in the glass, sometimes you don't know exactly what it's going to look like until the color cools down. Can we please see the visiting artist slide? Mel Carter is with us over these last few days. She's been with us. They've been with us directing the work of what's been being made. As you can see, some of the gorgs here on the podiums are a production of what we've been working on over the last couple of days. This is a continued series called Liquid Spells. These clear vessels are used to hold spells made from potions and oils and different tinctures. They're gourd-like forms influenced by the Japanese and Shinto practices and totems.
Hi, Bryn. How are you? That's good. How was your birthday? Good. Yeah. You turned 24? Or 20? Oh, 26. Oh, good. Now it only keeps continues to go downhill from here.
So as you see, we've gone in with our papers. Our papers are just folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water. This allows us to shape almost like shaping with our bare hand. We go in and out of the reheating chamber to just get the glass nice and hot to prevent any sort of shock or stress fractures. And so then once we get enough heat in specific areas, we'll go back to the bench and continue to work and shape the glass. We'll go in with the hot torch to get a specific area nice and very, very soft. And so the hot torch is about 5,000 degrees. And so it'll get this specific area very, 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 very soft so we can shape it once we go back into the reheating chamber. So as the pipe starts to get hot, we'll go over to the pipe cooler to cool it down just a little bit. And then we're going to attach this additional transfer rod to the end of the piece to remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe. So now we'll attach the additional pipe to be able to remove ourselves from this additional piece, this additional rod, to clean up the opposite side. A little bit of water on that jack line, tap the pipe, and we're removed. Mel Carter is a visiting artist that's been working with us this week, creating these different gourd-like structures. For those the visitors that just joined us, can we please see Mel's past works?
I'm gonna let you do your thing.
So now we'll put a little bit of water on the back of that pipe there, and then we'll tap the pipe, the vibrations will help release the piece from the pipe. And Sarah will catch the piece. A light tap, and then we'll hot torch the bottom. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. And then into the oven is where it'll go to help cool the piece down. So we've been working with a lot of clear today, only clear glass, but I just want to tell you guys a little bit how we get color into the glass. Can we please see the color overlay video to learn a little bit about how glass gets color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, The color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So I'll tell you guys a little bit about how it all starts here. So everything that we do begins in the furnace. The furnace are our large ceramic tanks here that are full of molten hot glass. They're powered by natural gas and forced air, and they run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass at 2100 degrees. And so dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. Hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. So then when we blow into the end of the pipe, we'll create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. And then from there, we'll work in and out of our reheating chambers. So our glory holes, they are powered by natural gas and forced air also. They're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And these are the ovens here that have the orange circle faces. And the temperature is kept at about 2300 degrees, and they're lined with hollow fire brick. They do not have any molten glass inside of them. And so as you can see on the big screen there, we've already blown into the end of a pipe. Today's works are very nice to watch because they are only clear. There's no color in the process. And so as we wait for the glass to cool down a bit, we'll then go back into the furnace and gather over our initial bubble that we blew out. The more we gather, the more we can blow the bubble larger to then shape whatever we would like to create, similar to the vases here on the podium. So we'll open up that door, dip into that furnace, and rotate that hot steel pipe. And then we'll go back to the bench and work the glass. My name is Emily, and if you guys have questions, feel free to shout my name. I'll be happy to answer your questions. We'll go in with that block. The block is a piece of hollowed out cherry wood that's been soaked in water, and the blocks grow in size as we continue to gather from the furnace. And so it's really nice. It's a tool that will help us stabilize all of the extreme temperatures on the outside of the glass. While the insides are still nice and hot, we can continue to expand the bubble. As the pipe starts to warm up a bit from dipping it into that furnace, we have to cool it down. So we'll take it over to the pipe cooler. She's just concentrating the cool water on the stainless steel. It's not touching the glass at all. The glass wants to move in any direction that it possibly can when it's this hot at the end of the pipe, and so it's really important that we constantly turn the pipe. The pipe never stops rotating during the entire duration of the piece because we want to we want to keep the piece center on the end of that rod. As Sarah blows into the end of the pipe, Gabe will use the papers to shape the glass. The papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. And it's almost like shaping with your bare hand, so it's a great tool for shaping. So now we've gone in and we've carved in a line of tension near the end of the pipe and the top of the piece. That line of tension is the reference point. It's known as a jack line, specifically in that part of the process. So we've carved in that line of tension right below the orange part that you can visually see, and right there at the top of the piece. And so we're going to, this is a reference point we'll use when we add a little water to the glass to be able to remove ourselves later. That orange glow that radiates from the glass is what allows us to know how much we can work it. When it starts to look a little too clear, that's when we know we have to go back into the reheating chamber to get a little bit more thermal energy in there to manipulate the shape. So now we're going to transfer this piece from the initial blowpipe to a transfer rod so we can work on the opposite side of the piece. A little bit of water on that jack line, we'll tap the pipe and the vibrations will set us free. We'll go in with the Sophia. It's a little puffer tool to add some air to the body.
Merry Christmas, we wish you a Merry Christmas. Wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Mommy, oh, there's chocolate, and chocolate, and chocolate. Mom, and there's chocolate.
It's very important that we give certain areas of a piece a nice flash so then that way when we go into the reheating chamber to reheat the piece, certain sections will either be able to become a bit more soft so we can manipulate, or most of the time it's because we want to make sure that all the heat is evenly distributed when we go back into the reheating chamber. We're just preparing ourselves to be able to take this piece off of the pipe, and then Sarah will catch it and we'll put it into the annealing oven where it'll start to cool down over time. We'll put a little bit of water on the end of that pipe there. We'll tap the pipe and the vibrations will help remove the piece from the thermal shock area. We'll give it a little bit of a hot torch. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. And then into the oven it'll go where it'll slowly cool down back to room temperature. Once again, we have Mel Carter working with us over the last couple days, exploring different gourd-like shapes. These clear vessels are to hold spells made from potions, oils, and tinctures. Can we please see some of Mel's past works? Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us today. That'll be the end of our production for creating things in glass in the hot shop today. Thank you so much. Be sure to check out the galleries, two-way mirrors, an exhibit of different BIPOC of different African American artists, and Illuminate is designed for early learners. Have a